Hello. Hey, Andy. 91 months. That's ridiculous. Thank you so much for that. Check it out. We're making a Doom level. I've decided it starts like this. We made this last time. Well, no. 2 times ago we made this. Last time we made a whole lot of stuff over here. We experimented with a lot of gimmicks. See, we're going to be running around from revenant fireballs and accomplishing silly tasks to not get stuck and blown up by them. And we messed around with like the Hall of Mirrors. We were thinking more carnival, less racetrack. And I didn't like it. I didn't like any of the ideas I came up with. I just thought they weren't nearly as fun as shooting monsters the way that you usually do in Doom. So we deleted our art, and that stuff's gone. I don't like. This is the first time I've ever made the middle of the map first, and I didn't like not knowing how to design the encounter because I didn't know what kind of weapons you're gonna have because I don't know how deep into the map it is. So I decided to go back to the start and try to figure out the aesthetics. So it's gonna look something like this. Very over-the-top, kind of gaudy, bright, flashy, silly, cheesy, sort of space. Space moon surface also is kind of what I'm going for with this. I really wanted the Doomwad Valiant has a really nice kind of light gray rocky moon texture that it uses for a number of its levels. And I'm surprised Otex doesn't really have anything in here. Like, the closest I can get is this snow texture. But I think that looks a lot more like snow than moon surface. But honestly, maybe I didn't give it enough credit. Let me just grab this pink and throw it on here. What does this look like when... Come over here. Line action 273? Nope. Whenever you want to find a line action... Hey, Crodox. I click on this box. Rather than, scrolling through here. This sucks. Click this. And you got this filter. Here we're looking for transfer sky texture to tag sectors. I've got on the upper texture, not middle. That was what caught me out. On the upper texture, I've clicked this sky. I've gone green because I don't think I'm going to be using definitely pink and silver, and I've mixed in a bit of yellow. So a nice green sky, I think, goes well with the pink purple. And isn't yellow, so and that should apply all the areas tagged 0 will have this sky. Now I do have this tagged 4, so what you end up having to do with these is kind of have to split these up. Oh yeah, right. Isn't there like a control mouse wheel, shift mouse wheel? Yeah, that gets it going. I'll cut that up into 32 sections for now, but all we need is tag 0. Sure, let's just do it. Let's just do them all, shall we? There's only a couple, so I'm doing these manually. But another thing we could have done was highlighted Oh, you know what? I missed one. No, I didn't. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. But we could have grabbed these 5 in a nice order, right? I started at the bottom and went up to the top, so you can see the selection numbers are going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And you can do this tag range button up here. So you could start at tag 0 and increment by 1. And it's telling you you're going to end on 4. So you're going to get 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Now that's just going to overwrite what I already had, but that's another way of doing that. And that's a way that makes a lot more sense if you have, say, 50 tags you all need to do here. That'll save you a lot of busy work. So that should have transferred a green sky everywhere. Let me actually put down a real player start here, which is not a Pinky Demon. Now, does that look like the surface of the moon? Oh, that guy. The start's gonna look something like that. I don't know about these Pinky Demons. I like that they block the stairs, but there's a lot of space, and they just kind of run out into the space, and then you dodge them, and then they're never gonna get up these stairs. This is the first time I've ever tried putting the level on a big enough circle that you get a horizon line. You can see that it's not quite flat because the circle isn't quite big enough, but I don't really feel like making a super exorbitantly big circle just to flatten this line a little bit. I think people will kind of get it, that this is a horizon. I mean, maybe you'll even think that the moon you're on is small enough that you can see the curvature of it or something. I don't know. Does this look like moon? I think if I gussy it up with enough space artifacts, this might look like moon. That green sky is something, huh? I gotta fix the textures on this chrome stuff. I like these little hexagons. I don't so much like that you can't really tell until you get very close that these are stairs. You know, from far away they just kind of look like a wall of lights. I don't know. Maybe you can kind of tell. It's not like you're going to be confused as to where to go, but, so it's fine. A bit moonish. We'll have to see how it looks. Right now, this big tan thing ruining the illusion a little bit. I don't know about this green sky. It's very oppressively green. It looks like it's the sort of green you're not meant to look too close at. Like you're meant to see it through a window or something. This is very, With this horizon line, your eye is drawn to the sky suddenly, and I think it kind of is ruining the illusion. I can't stop looking at it. It's so weird. I feel like if I leave it for a long time, I'm just gonna get used to it. Which is maybe fine, but I don't know. Let's have a look at some of these other skies. We could have gone... So the mountains here are not the color of the moon we're hoping to create here, so I don't know if that one makes sense. This yellow, I think no. I don't think we really want clouds. Or fire. There's blue. Which I think I like nicer. In a vacuum. With all our pink, I think it's a little bit too close in hue. Oh, these guys are... Okay, I see. I should set these guys to ambush, because they're milling around inside that box and moving away from the entrance. Funny. Did you see that? Sometimes two monsters who are right next to each other, moving in parallel, they influence each other. They prevent each other from, like, turning the way that they want to turn. And so they both just, like, move together. If this corridor went on forever, those two would have charged down it together into the horizon. Sometimes that happens with monsters. Oh, I think I just bounced off the stairs. These diagonal lines, sometimes you can collide with them in a way that reverses your direction. It just flips your velocity vector. So you appear to just kind of go boing and bounce off of them. I think that's kind of happening sometimes on these stairs. Looks like it's happening not often enough that I care. Hey, wall. Yeah, we're going funky on this one. You've identified correctly. And I haven't even... Everything right now is brightness... sector mode, yeah. Brightness default 192. Oh, whenever I go to highlight it with my mouse, it says sectors mode in the bottom left. But it's... it's all brightness 192. So I gotta get some... Some parts of this, I think, are gonna be full bright 255. Trouble is, like these lights kind of want them to be full bright, but then these lasers kind of want to be full bright, and the pink floor seems to be glowing with a desire to be bright. How did this happen? There we go. So kind of everything wants to be really bright, and then when everything's bright, nothing is bright. So I'll have to think about this. We might end up creating really small, thin areas just in front. This is a thing you can do if you want your lights to look bright but not actually be in a sector that itself is bright. You can create a really thin area around it. And then set this. I just did Control mouse wheel up to up the brightness to 256. You can look in the bottom left there, it's changing. And so now these lights look brighter, right? Without brightening up the floor everywhere. You could even, if you did not like this thin strip here, you were like, oh, I can kind of tell that, like, you know, it's a little weird, right? Give this, I usually use something like 400, and, you know, in this case it would be 400 on the dot. And then for, you know, my next lighting thing, I'll make that 401. So, you know, 400 is my lighting tags. So I don't get those mixed up, right? If I give this 5, and then I give something else like a floor thing 6, and then another light thing 7, you lose track of what's what. So organizing your tags can be a nice thing to do on a, you know, the bigger and more complicated your map, the more you're going to be happy that you did this. So 400, and then you just need a line kind of anywhere, really. As long as the back side of the line has the brightness you want. So this 192 is what we want, right? So I could grab this. The back side of this line is a 192 here. And then what is it? Change floor brightness to this brightness. And then I'll say 400. So the area 400, change the floor brightness to match this 192. And I think that'll even, yeah, look. This strip has gone away here. If I Control Z, you'll see it come back. So that's how you can make the wall texture look bright without the floor or ceiling looking bright. And I think I'll just leave that, because I think that looks good, and maybe even go ahead and get it going on these lasers as well. And now that you have 400 being set to brightness 192, anything that you want to be brightness 192, you can give it that 400 tag. These don't really need to be this thin now that I'm actually going to change the floor brightness, but maybe I'll change my mind. How is the music volume and everything, by the way? We're listening to Jorf's Sharp 68,000 playlist. He's got 12 hours of awesome Sharp 68,000 music, which was a home computer thing. Sounds good? Okay. So we grab each of these. And we jam the brightness to 256. I think it's actually 255. And we give it that 400 tag. So now these lasers look brighter, like lasers should. And we don't have this weird strip of brightness here. You can see that's what you would get. I mean, maybe you kind of want that. Or something like it. Right? And then here's what the lasers look like without the brightness. So them being full bright, definitely very good. That looks better. We could also... Let me get rid of the 400 tag. Maybe, okay, let's use the stair builder. I'm gonna use the stair builder here. Just to get these lines going the way that you can see here. Don't make any changes to floor, ceiling, or texture. I just want the lines, right? Give me those lines. And then this is brightness 256 here. Let me get the highlights back. This is brightness 256. And we want to go down to 192 here. So I'm going to use middle click to paint select these things in order. Again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then this? Yeah. Make brightness gradient. Click. And so now this is 256, this is 247, this is 238, 229, 219, 210, 201, 192. So it's created a very not very noticeable gradient from 255 to 192 because those are too close in value. What we would have to do is back up and make this darker, I think. Maybe that's too dark. We'll go to 144. In terms of like what brightness value is like bright and what is dark, 192 is default and it's generally quite bright. There are very little sort of shadows as you move around. We can even just take a look at the floor here. You can see this sort of shimmery darkness, right? At 192, you get one little area of darkness like this. And then as you get closer, it goes away to a full bright. But it's really quite bright, 192. I would say 176 is like more typical sort of default Doom lighting. 160 is a bit dim, 144 is where it's starting to get dark. 128 is like, it becomes a challenge to navigate, you know? Like if this is 128 here is, I mean, it's, you can't even really see anything that far ahead. And then 96 is basically black. So, 128 here I think is quite dark. So let's do that gradient again. And it should look a little more noticeable. Yeah. Let me highlight these, grab, flip, reverse. So now you'll get this sort of gradient thing going. That's not even, I think you would want to do even more dramatic than that. Let me make these all bright, I guess, and then grab these end ones. Even go as like dark as 96 or something. Gradient. Anyway, that's lights and gradients. For now, though, I'm just gonna stick with my I see. I undid the part where I gave these all the 400 tag during my example. Careful when you undo, because if you make a change, you've lost everything that you've undone. Okay, so there's our bright lasers with no lighting on the floor or anything. Note that I'm outside, so you won't notice it. But if we had a ceiling, you would see this bright strip on the ceiling. You would need a second one of these here. Change floor brightness to this brightness, but you would need to do change ceiling brightness to this brightness. I don't need to worry because the sky text box kind of eats it up. What do we have other than blue? Oh, the orange. Is this like Aurora Borealis green? How does that look? It's neat, but it's less space and more something else, huh? Maybe it's just the simple fact that the stairs are so steep that I'm like crashing into them. No, there's definitely something going on with these stairs. If you are designing a really big, fast fight, and it's critical that the player not be impeded as they move, for reasons outside their control or whatever, then don't make stairs. Don't make hexagon stairs. These are definitely janky. What is happening? What was that? I just couldn't go down the stairs. Eh? What? I think is there like a little invisible something somewhere? What's going on? I don't know. That's borderline spooky, to be honest. It was, I just genuinely couldn't move down the stairs. Alright, let me finally align these textures. I thought my hexagon stairs were cool. Now I see they have some problems. Oh. It's probably more worthwhile to have these things all be smooth. But I am a little bit interested in like trying to line up the rivets. I don't think that's going to be worth breaking up the smoothness of the sort of brushed lines. Okay. I'm stalling because I have to create something new now. I also need to be careful. Sometimes I find myself wanting to work with like a ceiling. But when you're outdoors like this, ceilings are hard, right? Let's say I wanted a roof here. I've got guidelines turned on, by the way. They're handy, right? I could see through this horizontal line that I was lined up with this. And I think that's neat. I'm gonna draw through these vertices because drawing one line through a lot of different sectors is a good way to make Doom Builder get confused. So I'm gonna click on each vertice as I go to really outline the shape so it understands what I want to happen with this thing. Now, here's our ceiling. So, like, when we pull this down, first off, you can't even see anything because I still got this sky texture on it. Gotta give it some kind of ceiling texture. So the ceiling is very thick, right? Like, if I wanted this thing, the height here to be quite low, right? 128 is pretty standard. You've got this cube, basically, floating up here. It's very awkward. If you want, you can do kind of a trick here. Would look something like this. Got a ring around it here. If I grab all those, and this, and that, and then come here, I should have the corresponding... Didn't save my settings. Okay, well, let me pull the ceiling down a little bit. Then go to preferences. I don't know why this didn't save. It did. Well, okay, if I've got this highlighted, shouldn't I have this highlighted? I've got the floor highlighted, is what I'm doing. Oh. So I would have to go to... Okay, I'm learning how to use this. I would have to go to... How do you view? Ceiling textures. Okay. And then if I grabbed this, and this, and this, and hit Q, I'm highlighting the ceiling textures. Okay. Now I understand. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is you can pull the sky around the thing down. And now you've got a floating ceiling thing here. which is like a little more natural, right? And then you would probably, you know, the corners maybe would be posts or something. Oh, I've done this a little wrong. Okay, well, I don't really like the idea of having these two posts right next to each other, but I think I'm probably going to end up deleting this all anyway. Grab that, pull that all the way up. Okay, grab these up. So, you know, right now it looks weird because it's rendering this black and not here, right? So you're like, what is going on? But if I just, you know, say grab, just, I don't know, paint it all chrome. And for that, so it's nice. Yeah, chrome. All of it chrome, please. I'll just go ahead and do this. It's gonna mess up my textures, but whatever. That's making... Okay, floor. How does it look? Oh, you've got your ceiling. As it appears to be floating, right? Very cool. Thing you gotta be... Oh boy, these stairs. I don't know about these stairs. They're so janky, man. Ugh. Okay, what if you go slower? So janky. We might end up changing that. Okay. So the illusion is perfect, right? However, that building over there is very tall. And if you were to have your map come over here, you're gonna start to see some weirdness. See that? Well, see how it appears to emerge from nowhere? It's because the ceiling has been pulled down from all the way up top down to right above your thingy. So it draws sky there, even if there are things behind it that you should see. So if you're going to use this effect, you need to be careful about where you put it. If you want the player to ever be over here, they're going to notice it looks weird. But if the player's never over there, if we're only ever looking at it from this perspective, and there's nothing but sky over there, we're fine. We just couldn't, for example, put some kind of, let's say we were very extra, and we designed some sort of space tower that is just hanging around in the background to look cool. And it was all chrome. Very cool. You can see the tower's gonna look extremely weird. But very useful, you know, if you want this floating ceiling effect. And I do find myself wanting ceilings right now for some of these parts. But I know that this is over here and it's gonna look like something, and because I don't have the full idea yet of what I want to do. Tricky. Okay, let's get rid of this whole thing. I have a habit have an idea or a concept, and I think it might be useful to explain this, and then it takes like 20 minutes to demonstrate, and it's like, well, this wasn't a good idea. What am I gonna do about these stairs? I think I'm gonna dare to keep this and the sides. I think what this looks like. We go 11, 16, 10. So I'm looking at my guidelines. It's giving me 16 down and 10 across. That's what I've been using to outline these hexagons. It doesn't quite look right, but it's a repeating pattern that will match up with the hexagons if I keep going. Whereas if I drew a line that I think maybe fits a little bit better on one line, when I repeat that pattern out, it's going to start to get further and further away from the other hexagons. So this is my one that I know works. Okay, so this is all some other texture. Non-hexagonal, something that will look good. With just vertical. I think darker makes sense with the light texture we're gonna use. Is this how I want this to look? Or do I want another line here? Hey, Automatic Frenzy. I think we're gonna have it look like this. Let's get those pink lights back. Okay, nice. The lengths of the stairs work pretty good. Let me temporarily get rid of this. Get these back. So I'm doing here Shift R to reset this texture back to its default, and then aligning from there. That can be a nice thing to do when your textures are all mixed up. Yeah, so I went with a dark texture because I wanted to kind of match the rim of these lights. And it looks like these are kind of a lighter gray, but I think that's fine. And I think the darker goes nice with these dark pillars and, you know, darkness here. We need some dark spots to make the light spots pop out, right? So I think that's fine. Now I just put this pink texture here. As a placeholder. Same with this. Alright, I'm not going to worry about the texture, and I'm going to think about what does this actually look like in terms of terrain. We're building a moon racetrack. That's the theme of the level. Oh wait, I think I put that in the title of my Twitch stream. Not everyone reads that anyway, but... so we're on the moon. We're going bright, gaudy, flashy, funky. Kind of alien. So we're not very alien right now. Oh, look. The walls are bright here. So... might as well... I went over how to do things with lights. So if you're doing light stuff and you're noticing stuff like this, you might be wondering how to get rid of that. You gotta come in and make a little triangle thing here. And these need to be brightness. I guess you want... what do you want? It's actually like this you want. These are going to be brightness 192. So this line here, the sectors in front of it are this one and this one. So this line is still perfectly in sectors that are 256 bright. So our laser light still appears to be fully bright. But now these are 192, which is the sector that contains this little bit of wall. Sorry, what? Highlight is off. Why can I not go into line? I am in line mode. Oh, I see. It's a 1 pixel line, so I'm having trouble highlighting it at all. Okay. This line is in this sector here, which is 192. So that wall sliver now appears to be 192, like the rest of it. So we would have to do something like this. We can bring that down. 192. These don't even need to be tagged anymore, actually, because this tag is telling us to make the floor look like it's 192, but it is 192 now. So we can actually get rid of that, tidy this up a little bit. I hope I end up keeping this, because this is a lot of fiddly work. So again, control mouse wheel to get it down to 192, delete the tag. Grab all of these. I think that's all of them. Yeah. 192. Delete the tag. And now we've lost those little slivers. Okay. You can see it can be finicky. And you really, like, most people won't notice this stuff. You could just leave it, right? Like I didn't. I missed this. Zero 92. So this has been a bad example of prioritizing, I think, how you go about this. I just wanted to demonstrate that you could brighten these lasers, but I've got all these little sectors in here now that are set to 192, and let's say I don't want 192. Actually, I want the base brightness of this whole area to be 160 or 176. Now I need to, like, grab everything and probably deselect all the bright areas. in order to change it, the brightness of the overall area. So you probably don't get too lost in finicky work until you're happy with the sort of broader concepts, I think. For example, I'm not going to get too worried about this floor texture and what it should be and what the details should look like on the rim, if I should continue these hexagons on the rim or whatever, right? Because I have no idea what all this outside stuff is going to look like. So I want that context before I decide what I'm doing. Which means it's time to stop stalling and actually design some level. So what I like about this start is that you're kind of spiraling outwards, right? You come around here and hit this, and then now you go up and you're coming around here, and the starting area is still sort of relevant, right? If you had left guys alive down there, they'll still shoot you. If you did not shoot these guys from down below, those are going to be relevant now as you come around. Creating a connectedness between the lower and the upper here. I like that. We could keep going. You know, we could make another layer and you go around this way, but I think I don't want my map to end up gigantic. My last map had like 600 monsters or something. Now, a lot of them were imps, and there was a couple of gigantic fights. But I think I want something that is faster. And maybe not as hard? I never know what to do with difficulty. I'm only like an average Doom guy compared to, you know, the mad lads who play this game and only this game. They're looking for a super challenge, right? When they load up a custom Doom WAD. And the sort of person who's going to play your custom Doom level is more likely that sort of person than a complete newbie. So you kind of want to aim for fairly difficult, but I like to give myself a challenge on Ultraviolence. Maybe for some players that's too easy, but that's where I'm aiming, I think. Just a small note, by the way, I've pointed these monsters away from the start, so they won't notice you till you fire a shot. So it's a way of having them join the fight just a little bit later than the guys at the bottom, which I think is slightly less overwhelming. Worth mentioning, you don't want to flag these guys as ambush when you do that, because then they won't do anything when you fire a shot. They'll just stand here looking the wrong way. I mean, it's funny enough. Let's go ahead and demonstrate. Oh, I turned off the monsters. We're going to want those on if we want to see. What kind of sense does that make? What? They really should not be reacting to that. I don't have a good reason for why that's happening. Ambush monsters should only activate when they see you, not when they hear you. They don't hear anything. What if... Just delete. I don't get it. That's kind of blowing my mind. Okay, what if there's a wall? Now he doesn't move. I think. He did. He doesn't have line of sight to me. Oh wait, he's not ambushed yet. Okay. Okay. Maybe these don't work like I thought. It's like when you fire a shot, then they check and see if they have line of sight to you. And if they do, they wake up. I guess that's how they work. I thought they don't hear anything. And they only wait until they see you to act. Okay, well I'm glad I took the time to investigate that, because that's good to know. I'm gonna set those to ambush, and they can't see me while they're in this box, so... even after I kill these guys and shoot this, they should all be waiting right there. Yeah, okay. Still, it's far too easy to escape, I think. I think I want something more dangerous than these. Or something that's at least gonna, like, block the way better. Maybe just a chain gunner, which is gonna have line of sight to you everywhere down here. It demands you pay attention to it, and is not too scary. I kind of want to give him... I don't want too many. I'm wondering, I bet, so you might think, this is going to be a scarier encounter, right? It's a chain gunner and 2 demons compared to just 1 chain gunner. But I think what's going to happen is they're going to run in front and eat the shots from the chain gunner. Let's look. Yeah. The demons also absorb shots from the... yeah. I think a chain gunner on its own. Okay, I think I want high walls here. Very high. And the idea is curl around this way. And then come back? I don't know. I've just sort of slapped this down here and slapped this up here. We can move these around as we see fit. We can even rotate them, right? Like, let's say I wanted you to curl around here and go directly into this. I could just grab this whole thing and rotate it. Or grab the start and rotate it to match, right? We don't have to... These two things relative to each other, we can play around with. So I'm picturing like really tiered almost like bleachers. Control click, by the way, highlights anything of the same height. So, for example, this and this, these are different textures, right? But you can grab them both with control click because they're both at the same height. This as well. That can be handy. So I was just thinking, you're not gonna see these textures anymore. So I could pull this up and you just don't see it anymore and it's fine. But the game does remember that this line def has this texture on it. And one of the things you should do is clean those up. Thankfully, they're a godsend of a tool. There's a map analysis mode that will check for like unused textures and things. So it'll find stuff in the floor. It'll probably find the default star tan texture or whatever your default texture is on a number of places. And it'll get rid of all of that at the end of the map. So you could just not worry about it. But I was thinking it would be nice to demonstrate good practices and clean that up. So control click. Oh, I guess I need to, well, I'm not sure what's going on there yet. But I'm thinking tall, like quite tall. What was it? Shift Alt up is my hotkey for this. This is the idea. How can we gussy it up a little? I think I want some cool lines. So instead of, if a 45-degree angle would be like this, I'm gonna flare it out a little bit. When in doubt, put some cool lines in there. Okay. Okay. I think I'm kind of getting the idea of what I want. These are kind of going the wrong way. What we want is a wedge coming in, not being wedged out. We gotta wedge in, not wedge out. That's the key. Okay, excuse me. Let's back up. Maybe further than that even. So that's 320 over. So 160 is the halfway point. Oh, maybe not that far in. This is actually okay, this is the highest point is the thing, right? Okay. Maybe quite a narrow sliver up top. So I'm gonna trace this out again. Against my own advice, I am just going to draw a line across multiple sectors. Double check that Doom Builder figured it out, what you meant. Okay. I think I'm going to try Shift J to join all these. Shift J to join those. Shift J to join these. Let's bring these down a little more. I forget where the halfway point on the star tan texture is. Yeah, that was too far. There, okay. This is a lot closer to what I'm thinking. There's some way to make this match this. There's a hotkey for it. I don't think I can select both and hit page down. That's not going to do it. So that was interesting what I just did. I think I like continuing the structure to in a way that creates a view here. These textures, huh? Go ahead and do this, I guess. Or maybe I'll grab this just for just for now. I am wondering if this part should connect around and connect to this part. Or if we should do something about just this really sharp angle. Right, we could... smooth this out somehow. Or even get fancy with it. Kind of like that. And then maybe even... Well, see, now we're actually creating straight up stairs. Also, I think I wanted those here. Is that right? How did these end up too low again? Everything is built on a lie. Yeah, everything is a little bit too low. Okay, that's 4 tall. 2, 3, 4. 4 is 32 tall. Now these can go up by 2. Maybe even... Is this too complicated for its own good now? There, I think that's a little more elegant. Okay. So I'm using join sector there and removing these excess vertices. I'm gonna go ahead and grab these, join those, join those. So now if I decide that these things need to be upper or lower, they'll go together, right? So I think we're gonna, you know, recreate that over here. Or we could do something else, get some asymmetry going. I tend to fall into the trap of symmetry. Given the start and the sort of area of play, this is like the center, right? There's kind of an axis down here, down this area. With the area of play going like this. So this is in a lot of ways kind of the center. I think it would make a lot of sense if these were different than this. One of the things about having a chain gunner as an enemy is he drops a chain gun. I just had a... Wait a minute. Oh. This is what happened. That's why everything was up. Oh, shoot. Careful. I've got a mouse that will do a scroll wheel input sometimes. So this is now one extra. Okay. Well, look, here's why. First off, I'll join these together too. This is, it's tricky. I'm not quite sure exactly, because obviously this is a good idea right now. Because I can do these at the same time, right? So I can bring these down the way that I need to. But then eventually I'm gonna, you know, draw some stuff over here. And now it's joined these to these, but not these, you know? Like, it gets really messy. Working on top of joined sectors. So I'm never really sure when a good time to join sectors is. For now, I'm gonna make use of them, I guess. Hey, Pinchy. I think I need to grab every single one of these. Oh, except this. And I guess not these? And move those all down. Nope. I've gotten lost. The floor is the correct height. That's the correct height, that's the correct height, that's the correct height. Those guys are correct. Yeah, those are all correct. Okay. I think I finally got it. Yeah. I think I should... Let's take some time to choose my new default texture. Where is that anyway? map options? Hard-coded. If you replace all of it, the texture will shuffle. Huh. I'm not sure why replace is grayed out here. Okay. I guess I'll use an OTEX brick texture. These are some very bricky bricks. I know they've got some cleaner bricks. Maybe this one? You like brick 7? Pretty much the same thing, I think. Let's Oh, I see. Yeah, it's all over the place still, so I have to... No. Okay, now find this and replace with... Okay. Yeah, these have a softer outline between the bricks, whereas these have sharper lines. Hey, Joshy. Yeah, I mean, creativity comes from restrictions. People have made some awesome stuff with the default textures, and it's easy to get overwhelmed with OTEX. Okay, so now if I come over here and create new sector, yeah, I've got my bricks as my new default. Got it. The floor is still star tan, but whatever. One thing, by the way, if you were thinking like, oh, OTEX is hard to work with, it may have been because you don't have these categories. You can download, on the OTX download page, there's a config you can download, and it's got a README in there. You just put the things in your Doom Builder folder, which took me a while to find. None. Yeah. Your Doom Builder folder is here. So users, whatever your username is, app data. That's the thing. It's in app data. I think a lot of people know about app data. But I didn't think to look there for a while. Local programs, yeah. Configurations includes. That's the README will tell you to put something in here. And you put it in there, you follow some steps in the README. Pretty straightforward. These categories are amazing because 3,000 textures is too many textures to look through every time you want to try to find a texture. So it does take some time to get used to, like, oh, what was that one texture, or this thing I saw maybe was good. You gotta work with it a while before it stops feeling like too many textures. But if that was holding you back from trying it, know that that's there to help you out. Okay, that's a cool thing. So what was I saying? I was thinking about, I had a visualization of this being a sort of diagonal pathway to a little thing, and you would get a gun there. But I don't want you to fight all this stuff with the pistols, so I'm either going to give you the shotgun or you're going to get it from this guy. And then I like this being a chain gunner, but I don't like it giving you the chain gun. I think the chain gun would be a nice weapon to give you here. I don't really want to give you a rocket launcher or a plasma already. What if it's not a chain gunner? Maybe Lost Souls? They would continue to... Wait, no, I can't have flying enemies out here. Not without changing the way that these work. I've got some impassable lines here. Flying enemies expose these impassable lines as being infinitely tall. There are some workarounds that are complicated. Honestly, I think these outdoor areas would be really interesting with some flying enemies, right? And it gives me a chance to show off another technique that I just learned. I was admiring Eviternity. It's a map pack I really like. I think they did some awesome stuff. It's a style I find myself wanting to emulate. Anyway, I was looking through it because I was showing some friends some stuff they do in it. And I noticed they had a strange setup for a secret wall. I guess I can just load it up and show you. Guess I'll add... How does this work? Can I add Eviternity as its own resource? Does that work? That did not work. Well, it looks like a lot of it has worked okay. Is this the right place? Yeah. So this is not an error here, believe it or not. It's meant to be untextured. Because this is a wall. I bet this doesn't look right if I just try to test it. Yeah, okay, I didn't even include the IWAD in the... Got it. Okay. Add doom2.wad, and then also add eviternity.wad. Does that get me there? I still have these two errors. But they do this cool thing here. They want this wall, this gate, to be a wall. Oh, there's monsters on the map. And it is, but they want it to come down and you to pass through. So they can't just make it an impassable line, right? So they put an invisible wall in front of it, and then use an effect to make it look as if it's not there. And then that way, when you activate this secret, they can lower the invisible walls, and this texture goes with it, and you can come through. And then everything breaks, because I'm not properly loading all the resources. So how does this work? It's, you leave the sides untextured. You can see if I slide this down, no, that didn't. It's kind of even hard to show you. I'll just grab the line. You can see the middle texture here is the gate. In between these two things, the gate's on a middle texture. Maybe if I grab them both. No, still don't see it. Anyway, how is it that this wall is up but it doesn't look like it's up? Well, you can see 242 create fake ceiling and floor in kind of the up left corner there. They've got these 4 regions purely because they want this shadow to be cast down the stairs like this. So they've gone ahead and drawn a whole bunch of extra sectors in just for that little detail. But it's so this wall is made up of these 4 things, with this line and this line being that metal gate. And you do that action 242. Let's see if I can zoom out far enough. Find which one of these it is. It's this thing? Yeah. Create fake ceiling and floor. So this sector has its floor at -384 and its ceiling at 256. So it's passing those values, -256 and -384, into these 4 sectors. And so it tells the game when it's rendering floors and ceilings, draw them as if they were here, even if they're not. That's what the fake ceiling and floor is. So you can have a floor that looks like it's there, and then you step on it and you fall through it. Or you can have a ceiling that's actually, in this case, completely closed off, but have it look like it's open. It's a very cool, very powerful effect. So they've got this up, and they make it look like it's down, and then they just use a trigger to lower the floor here for tags 14 and 15. And then that makes the gate come down. What kind of dazzles me is that when you put this line here with the mid texture with the gate, the fake floor and ceiling thing knows that, oh, okay, if this were down and it were at this height and this mid texture was here, well, then that mid texture should be right here, and it draws the mid texture in too. So we could try to recreate this. Not that we even really have to. Because we kind of do on this outside rim, maybe. But like these ones, this was I added these impassable lines before I knew that we were going to have a ledge up here. I think if I set this to not impassable, like, yeah, I guess I can go a little bit too far into it to ruin the illusion, but only just. So, how do I do this myself? We've got some dummy texture out here in the middle of nowhere, off the map. I want it to have the properties that this sector has right now. So I'm actually going to grab this and join it to this. So this is what I want it to look like. And now I think I can grab these. And raise them up that high. I just realized these are tagged 400 for this brightness trick. Oh wait, I need to be careful. I need to unjoin these now, so that I'm not also changing this thing. Mine is 64 and 592. Yeah, okay. I'm actually going to add those to a control group. We're going to raise them up. Don't think anything else is using that 400 texture. That 400 brightness tag, rather. So these things, there's a 242, create fake ceiling and floor. 400. Well, that didn't work. Oh. It's working on the wrong... I've got something else set to 400. Or something. This is 400. Alright, let's just temporarily get rid of that. So these floors are at 0. This floor is at minus 64. And yet, I wonder if the brightness changer thing is doing anything. I doubt it. Yeah. Well, I mean, it does... Yeah, it is working. It's just that the middle texture is still up there. I see. So I just need to lower the middle texture? Oh, let me come back and get that brightness line back. Okay. So I want this to be lower by 64. And don't be impassable now. Voila! We've got a 64 high invisible wall. That part over there is messed up. I forget. I think that's just untextured. I think that's fine. I think that's something else. So that 64 high wall is stopping us here. And I think if I come over here, it won't be, right? Because it's only 64 tall. Yeah, we're standing on top of it now. Cool. I could even stand on top of this one. Which is obviously not right. So, like, you know, here's the thing, though. If I want the lasers to stop you here, I need to raise these, and now the imps can't shoot at you. Which is really not what I want. I think what we would do make those tall just so you can't jump out of the map. These textures need to come down 64 more because I just raised them up 64 higher. And then these textures are also going to come down 64 more because they're just not going to appear. I mean, now this is getting kind of silly because why are these even here? Why do we need lasers here if there's just a wall on the other side? But this does visually match everything now. Everywhere there is a laser, it is at a wall with solid collision, including up here. Oh, enemies can fly over. I can fly over. So now, do I keep these lasers here, just as just for looks, or do I let the neon pink floor do the talking? It is kind of nice to have an arena where you can kind of go up and jump down. Be like, oh no, there's guys, you know? And now we can have those flying enemies, which I think is going to be good. Kind of mean to throw Lost Souls at you right off the bat, but I think it'll be fun. The Lost Souls will be a reason to go and get the chain gun. I can have the Lost Souls appear on all of these ledges and come down at you. I'm trying to visualize how the fight will go. Because I don't want to lose that sort of racetrack idea, right? Right now it's like arena fight, you know. There's a little fight here, and then I was thinking like, and now it's go time. But already I'm thinking, actually, you can't leave, you gotta fight. So I think it's less that I want you to fight a bunch of, you know, enemies and lost souls and things. And I want you to be moving a lot around this arena. Like, I think maybe you come this way and a door rises and then the lost souls pop out. And now your goal is to find the switch that lowers it so you can get going again. So you could just like avoid the lost souls, really. But I like that, like, move, go, 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 right? Even if you're going backwards, you're like, go, go, go. Ah, shoot. Okay, fine. Go, 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 go. It's over here. We gotta find the switch. Boom, hit the switch. Okay, go, 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 go. I think I want something like that. And I like working on this diagonal. Wait, what is happening with my mouse? What? Can you see that? Connection okay? Okay, seems okay now. That's kind of spooky. I've been playing a lot of Marvel Rivals lately. I would hate my mouse to just start doing that in the middle of it. Okay. So this path is going to continue in some fashion. Let me just sort of indicate that. Oops. Ah. That's fine. We'll have to see how we feel about these lasers. The pink is pretty loud. But like, I'm not trying to be restrained on this one. I'm trying to go big and goofy and loud. So I think it makes the most sense for the wall to pop up where this pillar is. Ba-boom. That'll happen. Oh, this is cute. Maybe I leave this in as a speedrun trick? I was gonna draw a line. Maybe I'll actually touch the edges here. I'll give this some new sector tag 5. This is walk 1, floor raise. This is gonna be too slow, I think, if I use the default. So we'll go to generalized, walk over once, fast turbo, maybe turbo, up, oh yeah, let's just go lowest adjacent ceiling on 5. Now the lowest adjacent ceiling is way up in the sky right now, so we need to create a new lower adjacent ceiling. I'm gonna do that with a dummy sector off the map. I'm pretty quick to put these in. Maybe I should be more creative with getting things to... Oh, you know, well, see, here's the thing. If I knew that this ledge here was going to stay at that height, or this pole, I could pretty easily have this go up to the next adjacent floor, and that would be fine. But instead I'm going to use this trick. I've done this a number of times before. I'm going to join that to this, and now this lowest ceiling is going to be at that height that we want. this to go, which is 64. I'm looking at the floor height of this pillar, 64. So if this ceiling is at 64, because this sector here is the same as this sector here, when it looks for the lowest adjacent ceiling, it's going to look in here and see that this ceiling is at 64, so it's going to raise it up to 64. Really handy for getting floors and ceilings to stop at sort of arbitrary points. So even if you're running really fast... Oh, it's already up, sorry. Raise it. Yeah, okay. Pops up right in your face. Looks like turbo was necessary. Now, I've already noticed you could use the fact that this laser is a little wall that you can stand on, and I think creep around this line. Whoop. Oh, I've still got clip on, which is not good for demonstrative purposes. Okay. And you can get around the trigger. So, you know, a little bit of an exploit there. I could fix it by extending this line through this stuff. I don't think that hurts anything, really. You do have new walkover triggers that lower this thing that you might accidentally hit, which is kind of a shame. There's a way to fix that, but it's even more involved. Wow. It's shoulder stretch time. Been going for 2 hours. I've got like a bum shoulder and a chair that doesn't have armrests on it. I'm in a temporary setup. So when I use a mouse for a while, my shoulder gets pretty stiff. So, I think I'll just leave the speedrun exploit in. Because I really don't like the idea of a player triggering the wall again and then having to go back and hit the switch again. Like if someone, let's say, you know, when this thing pops up, all these lost souls pop out, you come over, hit the switch to lower the wall. Now the lost souls are everywhere, they're in your way. You want to use the fact that you can step on this ledge here to get around them, right? You Mega Man style, you can, as long as one little pixel of you is still up on this ledge, you can stay on this ledge, right? So ledges are kind of wider than they appear. So you might decide to use that fact to scooch around some tricky lost souls and then hit a new walkover trigger and raise this thing. That feels bad, right? I don't want that to happen to anyone. And I don't want to do the, you know, I could create a voodoo closet with a with some logic gates, basically, that make sure that this only ever happens once, no matter which line you use to trigger it. Or if you trigger it multiple times, it only happens once. That's just a lot of work. I mean, I kind of attempted to demonstrate it just for educational purposes. In case, I mean, at least one person from the bunker is watching. I guess let's go ahead and do it. Just for these educational reasons. So, I'm gonna grab this, and we're gonna copy it. Copy its properties. Control-Alt-C? Yeah. And paste its properties there. So, we've got this problem of each of these lines will make this come up. And you can hit this one and make it come up, and then hit another one and make it go up again, right? You could pretty seriously break it. That's not good, right? So how can we fix that? We're instead gonna take this line property and we're gonna put it in a little closet off the map. Inside we're gonna put a player start. This is gonna add a little bit of a delay also. So we're gonna, you know, on second thought, I think I am gonna diagonalize this a little bit. Okay. And now we're gonna move this back somewhat. That's probably fine. Okay. So I've drawn this vector here at 128. That's gonna pass a sort of speed value for a scrolling floor. Again, I gotta talk to Cranked about scrolling floor. Because I always use this. Scroll floor, move things. Oh yeah, this one. Scroll floor according to line vector. I don't know how that's different. These two things. Because I think this one relies on the line vector as well. We'll try it. We'll try 251. I don't know. Tag 300. So this closet here is tagged 300. This line is operating on tag 300, and it says scroll floor according to line vector. And the line vector, it uses, you can see the, you know, this little halfway point of the line is pointing down. So that means the vector is going to the right. You'll just have to sort of get used to that. If it's going the wrong way, you know, draw the line in it on the other side of the wall or whatever, and that will flip it. But I'm pretty sure this is moving the floor to the right now. We'll see if I got that right. So this extra player start, backing up, is another copy of you that spawns in, but you're not controlling it. You only control one of these things. So all the other ones, we call them voodoo dolls, because when they take damage, you also take damage because they're still you. And the fact that they're still you means that they can hit these walkover triggers, like the ones that are in the map. And you can see we can have multiple walkover triggers here that all do different things. So instead, the trigger on the map is going to be one... I tend to use a really thin wall, usually pointed in the direction he's going to go, just to sort of help me out a little bit. You can kind of... There's a lot of different ways to sort of style your little closets off the map, and some ways are better for, you know, good practices or whatever. You want this to be thin, though, because this is going to need another tag that isn't 300, so this isn't going to be scrolling. So you want enough scrolling floor around it that he's going to go right over it. So this now is going to be tag 6. And I guess we'll use a door or a ceiling thing. So that's down far enough. You can see here's the hitbox, and here's the thing I've pulled down. It'll be easier to see, I suppose, if I... There. So it's stopping him, right? The scrolling floor can't bring him past this little thing. Unless you walk over this, and that makes this little ceiling thing go away. And then when the ceiling thing goes away, the scrolling floor will carry him across this trigger, and that will be the thing that affects the wall on the map. So, again, coming back to this, I'm going to copy that. That's the thing that actually makes the wall go down, so that goes here for this guy in the closet. The center point of him is like here. So as long as the line is ahead of that center point, he's not going to trigger it right away. But he will trigger it very quickly after he starts moving, because I don't want there to be much of a delay here. So that's why I've drawn this line practically right on top of him. Just keep in mind that midpoint thing. You know, this thing here, I always line up that to the midpoint, and then have this further ahead. I have this at an angle because it's possible with a straight line, you know, if we were to draw it like this or something, it's possible to go fast enough to be on one side of the line on one tick, and then on the other side of the line on the other tick, or something similar, and you sort of skip over the line and it doesn't trigger. Honestly, I've never really seen that happen. I don't know how fast your conveyor belt would have to be or whatever, but I tend to be pretty safe and draw the lines at a little bit of an angle. So, this is our scroll floor line with the same tag as the closet. This is our little ceiling thing that keeps him in. This is the line that's going to affect the wall on the map that I want to come down. The only thing we need to do is have the line on the map that springs the trap lower or remove this little barrier here. You could have ceilings that are down, you could have floors that are up, whatever you need. So this line isn't doing this anymore. This is floor, it is walk over once, it is turbo up, but now, oh, it's not floor, it's ceiling we're affecting. Sorry, that's gonna take everything out. Have the ceiling go up to the highest adjacent ceiling, please. In what tag? I think it's 6. Texture this so it's a little more dramatic when it actually pops open. Wait, is that the texture that's supposed to be on there? It's not. I've lost the texture. Metal, there's 800 metal textures in OTEX. It's and you're gonna use a lot of them a lot. Metal is by far the most handy sort of material to make Doom levels out of. Do I remember what texture used to be? I think it was one of these. It was this thing. This is a little more worn down and crumbly than I want it to be. Oh, this is the invisible... Oh, shoot. Okay. I don't know when that got textured. Okay. Now the backside of this is textured? that is still textured properly. That happened because I drew this line across all this stuff and Doom Builder didn't know how to handle it. Alright, well, I told you it would be very involved to make this the case, but now, this thing that makes that ceiling go up, now we're okay to copy this and paste it onto all of these. Because what all of these do is make the ceiling go up inside the closet. It's okay if that happens multiple times, because that ceiling thing is just going to stay there after it goes up. So all of these are now redundant. You only need to hit one of these. Hitting multiple doesn't do anything wrong. The only one thing that happens one time is when this doll crosses this line in here, which should raise this. So the first thing you're going to find out is that it doesn't work. Why didn't it work? Well, let's hit play start. Let's hit test map from its actual starting point, and you'll see that you're in the closet. This is your player start. So if you're like me and you use the test from location command or whatever it is, hotkey, which is super good, by the way. I think by default it's Control F9, which is, if you're like, what the hell, use your right hand. I put my right thumb on right control, which I kind of forget exists, and then I hit F9 with my middle finger. It's kind of awkward, but it's very helpful to get used to, because you just point your mouse wherever you want to test your map from, and Control F9, and boom. That one's a really good one to know. But when you do that, you might not realize your starting point. You're not starting from this one. You're starting from the one in the closet. Why does that happen? It's because the most recent one of these player starts that you put down is the one that you start from. That's just, they had to do it some way and they did it that way, and so that's the way that it works. So just put down a new one in the actual player start and you should be okay. And now that Voodoo Doll should actually be in the closet instead of you occupying it in the middle of the map, and let's see if it works. It didn't. Okay. What went wrong? Let's go look at the closet and see if the floor is scrolling the right way. It is. He's not moving. Is it because the ceiling is still up there? It looks like it's gone up appropriately. He's just not moving. Okay. And then what if this is this 253 instead of 251? The thing that I usually use. Yeah, that did it. Okay, so you use 253, I guess. The floor was scrolling, but it wasn't actually moving. The doll inside was the problem. So now when I walk over these lines here, this isn't like going up again, you know. Well, I guess you wouldn't. I would need to add that switch that moves it down, but just know these are raising the ceiling inside the closet, and that's not doing anything. So you're not causing any problems. So if you really, you know, needed to have this multiple lines, but you want them to sort of be a shared one-time trigger, that's a very complicated way you can do it. You could also just design your map so that you don't have to do all this. But once you get the hang of it, you can use this to do all kinds of stuff, right? Like, I think I'm actually going to keep this because I think I want more than just this wall to pop up. I want Lost Souls to appear. I want something to open up over here that gives you access to the switch to lower it, right? I want a lot of things to happen. And now I can do that by just adding more lines that this guy is gonna walk over in here. You can turn the lights off. You can raise this ceiling. You can lower that floor. You can change the textures on the walls. You can do a lot. And if you're comfortable with like with logic-y stuff, you know, like you could have I guess I'll just copy this whole thing. I'll delete this later, but you could have a thing here, and this one is just barely blocking him. It does need to be gone because it's still holding him back, right? And then you could have another one, and maybe even a third one. And now the only way this guy is going to move is if all three of these were hit. And now how do you raise all three of these? Well, what if it was 3 different switches on your map? And you had to hit all 3 of them in order to get it to move. You could even do... I've done this before, where one of these is a ceiling that's down, and the other is like a lift on the floor that's up. And so if the lift is up or the ceiling thing is down, he won't move, right? So you have to do the ceiling thing for sure. But then the lift, that will go up. It's up and it will come down and then go back up after a couple seconds. So it's like a time-sensitive thing. So you could have, you need to, go to some area. Only after you've been to some area can you trigger a thing, right? Like, let's say at some point you're going to leave this area, but then at some point you're going to come back. And only after you're on your way back do I want something drastic to happen here, right? I can have the ceiling trigger that's always going to be blocking you. That can raise up when you've set foot on that other part of the map. And then the other thing's going to be a lift, and that trigger is in here. So the first time when you leave, you're going to walk over that trigger, you're going to lower the lift, but the ceiling is going to keep him held in. And then the lift's going to go back up, and you're going to go on your merry way throughout the map. You're going to hit that ceiling trigger, so now it's just the lift keeping the doll in there. And you come back and you hit that same trigger that you already walked over once, and that's going to lower the lift, but now the ceiling's not there to hold it in, and you're going to trigger more stuff. So, like, you can do some pretty advanced stuff with these voodoo dolls. Anyone really interested in getting into Doom mapping? I think if you like programming too, I think you'll find these very fun and very useful. Though they can be a bit heavy-handed for doing what I'm doing here. Especially because, for example, what I'm doing is a raise floor trigger. Yeah, I could have done everything I'm about to do with a raise to next adjacent floor trigger, I think. Except, well, I do want this to come down. I'm pretty sure that's going to be a floor going down happening there. But there's ways to work around not using these voodoo dolls, certainly. Okay, let's get back to designing. We're going to have at least a lost soul or two close by when you trigger this trap. You know what I just realized? We're gonna need something to catch these lost souls. If they charge at you and you dodge, they're gonna go flying way into the distance and they're just gone. So we're gonna need to have some impassable lines that sort of keep them a little bit closed in. We'll worry about that later. So So one kind of handy thing to do is to just tuck these guys down inside here. And then now all you need is a simple floor raise trigger, and they'll pop out, and then they'll see you and attack. They're set to ambush, so they won't pop out until the floors move. How many of them should there be? You've got a chain gun. Gonna go ahead and join these together. And these. Oh, I've got my Steam overlay showing stuff you don't need to see. Okay, so this will be tag 7. I can't use, this is just a floor going up on tag 5, but it's going up to 64, or whatever the height is. Height 0, I think. No. It's going to height 64, which works for these ones here, but these ones wouldn't move. They're already at 64, so I need a new trigger for those, and then at that point I might as well conveniently give them all the same trigger. So we need a 7 floor raise, walk 1 floor raise to next higher floor, I guess is fine, on 7. And I guess I'll need to turn on the monsters for this one. And I'll even give myself some guns and actually... Oh, they're already out. Also, the textures... Sometimes it's nice to leave the missing textures. Because, for example, let's say you want you know, this texture here, but then you want a different texture, you want some lights here, you know? It's easy to do that without, well, I mean, it's easy enough as is, but, you know, sometimes you'll get an opportunity to shift-click and get, you know, just this or something. I guess these are connected behind, but you can be quicker to work with when you leave these here, but for the stream, I guess I'll just go ahead and dump that stuff. I think that's all of them. Now, why was I seeing those lost souls right away, huh? I wasn't. Okay. It's just because I was seeing through the untextured bit. The shotgunners on the outside are pretty mean. They always take away like 30 health from me. Oh, these guys are leaving out the door. That's funny. That was unfortunate. I have 1 health left. I forget, doesn't IDFA give you 100 health? It doesn't. No, IDDQD does. Okay, get rid of it. Pretend I didn't take all that damage. So, the trap didn't spring. I can only assume it's because when I monkeyed with it earlier, I need to create another player start. test without the monsters just to make sure it's working. Okay, yeah. And then Kachunk, I think, was all of our floors with Lost Souls on it, so I think it's working. The benefit of foresight. I can keep my health by shooting the actual dangerous enemies first. Interesting that the imp really wants to go over there, huh? So this is... None of them have gone into the abyss. Here's where it's really nice to be able to drop down. See if I can... These laser walls should keep them in decently. So even without anything outside to catch them... I don't think a single one escaped here. Oh, true. Everything around me is high enough to catch them. So I think the only way they get out of here is when they start higher than me and charge and then do the thing where they bounce off the floor and then go up into the air. Anyway, with a chain gun, that's pretty manageable. But I think I'm gonna have something a little bit scarier guarding the switch that's gonna open up. Oh, my shoulder's stretching. It's funny, I work a lot slower when I'm demonstrating stuff on stream and explaining everything. But I'm also... It forces me to be really deliberate and thoughtful about what I'm doing. And it also forces me not to just stop paying attention and go do something else. So I have had some progress turning the stream on. Not much, but I think having a stronger idea of what the start of the map looks like and what the idea is has gone a long way. And I'm proud of myself for getting this this fake floor invisible combo working. That's cool. Should we have a block monsters trigger? I honestly could just have this wall be up. But then you're gonna see that it's up and be like, okay, not that way. I kind of like having you move around. Move here, see that it's not the right way. Move here, open it, move back. We're gonna leave it. And maybe scooch these imps over. Well, we want... I don't know, something like this maybe. And then hopefully they'll be a little less likely to want to wander over here. We could add the block monsters trigger. Trying to visualize how that might look if you were to escape without fighting everything. Things wouldn't be able to follow you, like you'd see them kind of bundle up in front of the block monster trigger and maybe it'd look funny, but I think that's probably fine. Let me move those imps back. And just do that. Just keep them in this area. Okay, so I want you to have to come through, walk through some sort of thing here. Think about that while I use the bathroom. Be right back. Okay. Welcome back. So it could be something kind of simple like this. Say kind of simple. It's also somewhat elaborate. It does put quite a narrow choke point here, huh? Maybe let's widen this. And then draw these lines in and join these together. I think is a nice way to do that. I'll just drag these vertices on top of each other rather than deleting. Okay, a little bit wider there. I was thinking about how I could have this actually be you down on the moon's surface, where you hit this switch, but I think I like the idea of you never touching the surface. I kind of like the idea of you being a car on the racetrack, and that's where you belong. What has happened over here? I forgot. Oops. I'm pressing all the wrong keys. Remember when I joined these sectors together? One of those things you gotta be careful about. Page up. Hang on. What's happened there? Okay. I think we want like a building. I think we want to be inside something right here. Now, how tall is that? Very tall. So we could commit to our ceiling down around the edges trick for a lower ceiling. And honestly, I think that's going to work because these high walls are going to discourage us from creating anything with a view on this side of the map. So let's go ahead and commit to that. Also, I don't want a square like this, I think. I think I want to try to work off-grid with a... Or not off-grid, I'm going to change the grid. But I want to get on a diagonal grid and make something... Make something diagonal. I'm going to start by creating that line and that line. So I've got Smart Grid Transform bound to G. And basically, if you point at a vertice and hit G, it aligns the grid to that vertice. If you point at a line and hit G, it aligns it to that line. I guess it works with sector somehow. Probably not sector. But it's cool. You can see I was able to continue this line to here very easily. And now I can sort of have this be... So I'm putting those vertices 64 out from here. And then I'm going to come back, align the grid here, and find 64 out from there. And then, I don't know, we're going to have a box of some depth. Don't be afraid to zoom in. You can see my grid vertice was here. This vertice is here, not on the grid at all. And it wanted to put it on this grid vertice, so I had to zoom in to differentiate. Okay, and now I should be able to do something like that, and then delete these. This is my default indoor ceiling texture. It's kind of an awkward height. Yeah. What? Yeah, be careful when joining sectors. Just gonna individualize all of those. Oops. Did I control click? No, okay. I really don't like how tall and blocky this is. So I am gonna pull the sky down around it. does need to go all the way around it, huh? Okay. I thought that... Okay, there we go. I was stuck on make sectors mode. I needed to go into vertice mode. And just kind of... Just if you want to get back to the regular grid, just highlight nothing and hit G. I'm actually curious if this is going to work. If I just grab each of these lines... I don't think this does, right? If I use the stair builder, yeah, it's not going to join them. But honestly, this still might be a pretty decent way. If you ever want to get the midpoint, you can use the split line depth function, or you can use the curve function with one vertice angle 0 that'll split it in half also. Well, that didn't go well at all. Okay, whatever, just... That's fine. It doesn't need to be fancy. These two can be the same. I mean, maybe I won't use make joined sectors here. Okay, so we've now got a rim around this thing. You could have just drawn this in manually and it'll be fine because you're drawing something literally invisible, so it's just me being very particular. Maybe about yay high? Now again, if you're behind here, the stuff in the distance is gonna look weird, right? So you can't put the player behind at this point. But I'm pretty sure I'm happy with that as is. So what does this look like before this morphs? Kinda awkward. Something like this, I guess. Less awkward. Let me get rid of the monsters, because I just want to take a look at it. Yeah, that doesn't seem... that's quite inconspicuous. Now, I just need to come back here and fix these again for whatever reason. These are separate. Right, these are joined. Could have swore I already fixed this. And then did the thing that should prevent it from going wrong again. Okay, and that hasn't seemed to affect anything over here, which it shouldn't. Okay, cool. It might be time to finally commit to putting some textures on here. Hold on. What part of this actually comes down? Okay. And then it kind of looks like this, which is a little awkward here. Right, it kind of feels like this part should extend to cover this. They're kind of joined together at this. Well, it's already... No, it's just that little corner, right? So that's creeping out that way. This stuff... going away entirely? Oh, no. Well, no, yeah. Maybe that was too much, I'm not sure. We'll see. I'm not sure exactly how far to extend that. I'm gonna go 10. I think that maintains about the same thickness here. 32, 28. Close enough, doesn't need to be perfect. I wonder though if it's nice to have it come off of this vertice. I guess we'll just see how it looks. I'm having trouble visualizing. Okay, so yeah, this is gonna look really weird. Oh yeah, this button. It's still gonna look weird, I think. Unless this comes down to here. Is this really gonna look less weird? I'm not sure. Oh, that does look weird. Now that the ceiling has encroached so far, this top part doesn't even need to... Like, that thing can just stay there. Like, that needs to be there. And that needs to be there, and that's it. And now it's hanging off there. I don't like this. So I guess it's up to me. I can make that flat. I guess I would. What is it about this that I don't like, and how can I fix it? Honestly, I think all of these ceilings are kind of high. Kind of want this more to feel like you're going down into a thing. So I don't want you to bump your head. It does look better. That's not it's not a head bumping situation there. You will also be quite safe from lost souls, which I think is fine because there's going to be monsters in here too. So if you're okay with trapping yourself between two sets of monsters, more power to you. Okay, so this stuff stays where it is. These 6 sectors start up here and go down there. These 4 sectors, nope. These 3 sectors, yeah, start up here and go down there. This 1 sector starts up there and goes down there. Just trying to think ahead on when I do some detailing on this thing. How long is this line? 152. So if I get that midpoint and go 64 out that way, go 65 out that way, delete that. Yeah, I've got a 128 length line here. I think that's not what I want. I think it's this one, which is very close to 128 on its own. $63 one way, 64 the other. Vertice delete. 125.87. That's not even close. Okay, 128.69. So I've got a little sliver here and a little sliver here, and then a 128 something here. Normally I would pull a ceiling feature down. I guess I can still do that. Align grid there, join that to there. Oh no. I get it. Okay. Here's... These lines are kind of gumming up the works right now. These ceiling... Pull the ceiling down hider things. So let's do this last. While I do some detailing on the building. Well, yeah, no, let's just delete this stuff. Oh, these lines were not supposed to be deleted. Yeah. Grab this arbitrary ceiling texture. So there, there, there. I guess these are part of... These can just go, right? Okay, so we have to remember we're only going to see the bottom 64, well, the bottom 128 of this. I think it makes a lot of sense if this is this chrome thing. I could even just temporarily. So the thing is, the idea for this, I want the finish to be, I want there to be a tower you can see from various points of the map, way off in the distance. And the finale is a real racetrack. I'm gonna have like booster lines that send you flying at high speed, the scrolling floors. And they're gonna speed you into that tower that looked like it was so far away it was just decoration. Which I think means I'm gonna need to make this circle bigger. My horizon line circle. So that tower needs to be pretty far away and it needs to be pretty tall. So I need a tall sky. But then I need a low sky to create the ceiling effect I want here. And it just kind of bothers me looking at this, the ceiling not in the right place. I kind of want to work on it being able to see what it actually looks like. But it's very in the way while I'm trying to detail around the outside of the building. So I think for now I'm just going to grab the whole thing and pull it down. I think the only thing that monkeys with is this wedge thing here. But I think it's gonna look like this. So currently we're using this material. We could have this be the thing going around. It's very kind of worn. I was hoping for something more polished, but all the metal textures are for more natural environments, so they have all this weathering and rusting and stuff on them, which is very Doom. But it's not quite what I'm looking for. Okay, I think I do want to use this yellow hexagon thing, right? It's a very cool texture. So this gritty metal that goes with it might be something I can work with. These textures are very these are kind of shiny. Wow, he's hit me with it. Jorf has found me. Hey, do you guys want to take a break? I wouldn't mind one, you know? I think this is good timing. Ooh, I should use these textures, huh? Somewhere. I don't think this makes sense. You know, but like, I think those textures could be good. We're taking a break. We're gonna commentate something. It's the world record for pseudo regalia, done in 11 minutes and 28 seconds. This is a feature. I've got this feature where people want me to commentate stuff, so they spend some channel points and send me something, and we watch it, and I do my best to live commentate it. Let's do it. So this is, I guess this is Outlier. streamed live at n_outlier. I should let's double check. So here they are. Yeah, this is their stream and Discord and everything. So, in Outliers, Pseudo Regalia World Record. As a preface, this is a game that came out maybe like a year or two ago. Indie platformer game. Had a really unique animation style and was going for like N64 era graphics in terms of like textures and geometry and stuff. But it has some super unique movement mechanics with you like kick off the walls a certain number of times and you get wall runs. You can attack enemies to bounce off of them. And so all the people who are big fans of like Mario 64, Banjo-Kazooie, that kind of 3D platformer thing, all got a kick out of this sort of what if we really took that stuff and ran with it, amped up the difficulty, bigger spaces, more verticality. It's cool. And I'm sure it makes for an awesome speedrun. Here we go. The any percent speedrun. You can already look at the frame rate on the character as she moves, right? It's very cool, very unique. Right now we're just taking the most direct path, just pointing directly at the next place to go, smoothing out these corners, trying to grab ledges as soon as possible whenever we can't jump up cleanly. The Dream Breaker. You do attack guys in this game. Not very often, but you get this stick, the Dream Breaker. It breaks stuff. Look at this attack animation. The way that you slide around, the way that like the arc of the weapon appears first and then she kind of follows behind. I love the way that the attack looks. Attacking to land sooner on the platform. So this game may have some glitches, and I may not understand how they work, and that's sort of like a big part of why you watch a commentated speedrun, I think. One of the biggest downsides to this. If you would like me to like really nicely commentate something and spend some time and do some research, you can spend 100,000 channel points or something. I can't remember what I said it at. But I'll stack up a few of those and then I'll do a stream where I really showcase some of these in depth. We're already very lost. The original game didn't have a map, so you would just sort of have to keep track of everything. Now we're sliding. That's a huge spring jump. Jumping, bunny hopping. You don't slow down. There's no friction in the air the way that there is in the ground. And then we're going to use the geometry of the level to clip out of bounds. Got kind of caught on a weird little diagonal nook. And kind of got sprung. And then there's this like triple jump. Out of a slide, you can jump really high, like way higher than I realized you could. So you slide to get a bunch of speed, you jump out of the slide to keep the speed, and then you keep jumping to keep off the floor, because the floor is what has friction. Timing these spring jumps perfectly. You have so much speed that you need to start turning before you actually get to the turn in order to sort of round the corner. It becomes like a racing game. Nice. Had enough speed to just clear that ledge very nicely. Springing up as soon as they're clear of the doorway. Cute little climbing sounds. That's one of my favorite little touches in this game. The empty Bailey, my impression is like this is like a hub area. Okay. Oh, hit a trigger to get warped up and then died to trigger the warp. Just sort of tricked the game into thinking, yeah, I was up there. Put me back up there, please, when I die. But yeah, I thought the empty Bailey was sort of like a hub area. You can get to most of the other areas from there. Apparently we're going all the way to this one. The way that this game usually works is you collect 5 keys from 5 different areas and then use them to open the door to the final bad guy. I wouldn't be too surprised if we were just going to collect the very few power-ups we need to beat the boss, and then we glitch through that door without getting those keys. But the splits we can see on the right are having us get at least 1 key. So we got the Cling power-up. I forget which one this is. Is that the... I don't think it's the wall run, but it maybe? Just by the name, I would assume it's the thing that lets you, like, grab a ledge, but we can already do that. Using the speed to clear the gap in the bridge. We don't even have the kick. You can, like, kick off of walls in this game, and I think it's, like, the most unique thing about the movement, and we're just not doing it because we're able to get so much speed off of the slide and the bunny hops. Indignation. Okay, stronger attack. We're actually killing enemies for some reason. Do we kill the enemy to, like, charge up our magic? Maybe we're going to be taking a lot of damage and we need to use the magic to heal? Off the wall. Okay, there, the Cling Gem is the wall run, and you can just nestle into a corner in the geometry and clip out of bounds. Really not surprised to see that that's a thing you can do in this game. Gonna clip out of bounds right here again. Falling through the void. Hopefully we triggered something good. Yeah, we hit some kind of trigger, so when we die it puts us back there, wherever we are. And we're out of this area with the key to the keep, 1 of 5. Oh, nice. Squeezing through that little gap. My favorite enemy, little guy with a big French horn. Well, it's a normal size French horn. He's just a really little guy. That was interesting to, like, slide. Oh, big jump, big jump. Oh, catches the wall. You could see the micro adjustments in the air, turning a little bit right there. Grabs the wall perfectly, gets the key, and we're back out. I love the way that you turn corners at high speed in this game. It really is like a car drifting around a corner. We kill another enemy. We go down to 1 health, and we have full magic. We're gonna do that another clip through the little window maneuver. I wonder if this slide like that only works... No, you can definitely do it on any surface. Just many slides. Now the theater key, I think, is right out in the open. You just need to do a lot of rigmarole to actually get at it, so I'm fully prepared for the speedrun to simply clip in and grab it. Keeping all that speed through so many rooms. I love the music in the theater. It's got a Symphony of the Night vibe, which is, like, hard to imagine a higher compliment to a soundtrack. Here are these swinging pendulums. Wall run very good for clearing an obstacle like that, though you can use probably a lot of different ways to get past. Okay, here's the main room. We're gonna clip. And was that the switch that gets you to the key? The key's right there. I guess we gotta go both ways. So just clip on both sides. I'm sure there were huge detours you have to take to get behind those 2 walls to hit those 2 switches. Completely avoided. 2 more keys and then the final boss. Do you think they have a no out of bounds category? Oh, we're doing something really precise here. I bet the clips in this game are not so easy to perform. And that's why the world record has a, you know, a pretty, like a third try jump or whatever in it, despite being only an 11-minute game. Probably because this is the run that had the clips that just went perfectly. I don't know what's going on in those corners. You're just able to trigger a series of... So you get 5 wall runs? And I think it's like wall run into the corner. And then now you're doing like wall run, jump, wall run, jump, wall run, jump. And that's how you get to just chain those jumps and go up in the corner like that. So we're back to this tower where we were before to get the Kling Gem. Did we even get anything else? Oh, I get it. We needed the Kling Gem to get those other keys. But now from here, it's just the last key and the end of the game. So there's no reason to be anywhere else. Unfortunate that the routing works out that way. If some way to skip the Kling Gem is ever found, that's going to save a whole bunch of time. Yeah, the last key they just give to you here, and then there's the door. So we're actually going to see some combat when we fight the final boss. Distorted memory. Falling down right on top of it, gets a free hit at the start. I bet the final boss is pretty random, or so it seemed. So I bet a lot of this run is like... comes down to how good your final boss fight is at the end. Some projectiles you can knock back. I think you can hit these green things that are going around, these untextured looking spheres. You can hit those just to sort of protect yourself. But the purple ones you can knock back at the boss. Is reading the boss's teleports really well. I think it's using the lock-on move to turn the camera towards them. It's just like lock, lock, lock. And then the moment it doesn't change, it's like, okay, it's staying there. Go in and attack. Taking damage, cannot get hit again. Never got the heal spell, I think. Charging up. Bounces around. Trying to follow it so you're ready after it's done. Oh. Just barely slid out of the way. Almost took damage there, and that's the final hit. That looked chaotic. That didn't look like the final boss has a set pattern, and you get to just do it. Oh, I didn't click pause. How do we watch something without YouTube spoiling everything that I watch? I need a solution. Download the video ahead of time with 4K video downloader? Psh, do you think I am that professional? Honestly, I should probably just do that, huh? Well, thank you for Jorf. Thank you for Jorf. I did it. I did the... There's a joke in another friend group. Someone misspoke and said thank you for Maurice. Different browser? A browser that I never use? It's still gonna pop up with something. Thank you to Jorf for redeeming a cool speedrun watch. I don't trust incognito mode either. Incognito mode remembers some stuff. Trinkdud's here. Here's the map, Crankdud. That's the beginning. Here's a midpoint. There is no end. I don't think I'm gonna do this sky. I think we'll do a different sky. Alright, I already have a chain gun. So underneath there is gonna open as well when these Lost Souls come out. I do kind of like the aesthetic of this boxing ring as these Lost Souls pour in. I guess it's less of a boxing ring and more of a wrestling ring. And then that wall will come down. And then over here, if they're already woken up, I don't know how they heard me. Got a slow lift. Gotta dance around a little bit. Gotta hit this. And then, oh god, I got lit up! For loop 2 that raised those pillars back there. I need to color coordinate them or something, probably. Little window. I think I could jump out that window if I wanted to. And then this part might change, I don't know. It's a little... got a little fight. That's what we got so far. It's this is the aesthetic. It's a racetrack on the moon. It's very F-Zero. That's what I'm going for. Don't know about these lasers. Don't need them anymore, really. We're keeping them only for looks. We also, like, that doesn't need to be up high anymore. Because I don't have the lasers going up as high. So we were making a decision about what texture to use here. It is kind of a shame. Part of a Mega Man level? I'm not sure what's something from the editor. Is there a Mega Man editor? I was thinking... Oh, the top-down view. Oh. This C-shaped room is very common. Is this lower unpegged or what? It's not. Is that really this? Oops, this texture? Sometimes when you have, like, for example, look, like when I pull this up and we just look at the bricks, it's pretty clean, right? The way that one row of bricks seems to come out, whereas this row of bricks keeps going and it comes out there. It's really clean. I do like just the visual on the floor, like this. But then that really wants you to have a texture here that can be split up into not 4 but 8, which is gonna look really, I don't know. Or maybe we could find like the perfect texture that is... Some of these are like really compound. It's like, here's the thing that's 8 high, and then a 16 high, and a 32, and another 8, and a 16, and a 64, and they all add up to 128. Doing a shoulder stretch. I guess y'all can stretch and hydrate with me. Okay. So many metal textures. See, something like this might kind of work out here, depending on... See, almost. Oh. Right, I've got... What a jam we're listening to. I mean, if we bring back those gray lights, that's pretty clean. Shame I've got such a patterned texture here. It didn't matter too much down here. You weren't really gonna see it. But it really does not make for this clean diagonal line. Something like that's a little better. All of the metal textures tend to be fairly, like, weathered. It's actually a little too dark. Like, this would be good, I think. It's exactly the right color. The pattern on it is diagonal, so on this diagonal line it looks quite good. It is rusted, which I don't think makes sense for my space level. Funny enough, 32 doesn't look good for this texture. I think I want to bring this in. To, I guess four more? So how long is that? 41. Yeah, I don't have to rotate or anything. Oh, wait. Why do I have those lines there? Oh, because I'm getting rid of them. Yeah. And then I think maybe what we want is... So how thick is this? 29? I guess I'll just do 32. Actually, this is going to look pretty awkward. It kind of pinches in. Maybe that's okay. Do I want to recess that a little bit? We want that to be the start of a new thing. Does that line up? It lines up pretty good, except for this corner. And this. So whenever you've got this sort of problem, what I like to do is I'll split the line def in half and then align the right side, and then the middle you just get, you know, something happens and you look at it and see if it's good. I think this is okay. Just having a small light in the middle. Oops. So we can try what happens here. Oh, you can see it's kind of not working. So then you can split the line into 3. And it's easy enough to line this one up at the end, but getting this one in sort of the middle can be kind of strange. Looks like this isn't going to work either. In fact, the brightest part of it is quite thin. It's like 6 pixels. So stretching it this much is not going to work. The other thing we can do is go out 64 from here. 64 from here. And we have these 32s. We split those. That seems okay. These big bright lights on this texture have steered me into this metal thing. Unfortunately, this is going to break down a little bit. Like, this doesn't connect smoothly at all to this, no matter what we do. I mean, that's not bad, I guess, but... yeah, I thought about a diagonal here. I've got... this whole area is, it's gonna open up. Something sort of... sort of like this. Okay. I have to remember what parts. But basically, yeah, this corner is special, so it being diagonal, I think, could be totally fine. How do I do this? I'll start on this, I guess. Funny enough, you could probably just leave it like that, and no one would ever know. That's already flat, you know, I could just continue that pattern. And then we have a 45 instead of two 32s. Which should split a little more nicely, I think. And then let's connect that to this. What did that do here? Do these all became just perfectly went through there? Okay, that's fine with me. That didn't though. Fine. So that gives us this line. This joins to this. And that, really, realistically. So now it won't look so itty-bitty. It's still small, but understandably so. Doom from Memory. I saw Gildersneeze has been streaming that at least 2 days in a row now, maybe more. I haven't looked. Okay. What do I want on the sides of this thing? Maybe let's not worry about that. Let's think about what's actually in here. Because I think the first thing I should do is design the space so I know how to detail the outside of it without interfering with that space. And then once I've got the details, I know exactly which parts should move and which should stay, and then I'll rig it to actually open with the switch. So that's the order we'll go in. Unfortunately, that means I'm at the part here where I need to think about and actually create something. Create something new, live, in front of your eyes. So there's this grid aligned thing, which is cool, right? I can work with this diagonal. It would be kind of cool if you could rotate what you're looking at, you know? Spin it all so that it looks straight to me. Seeing the emergent patterns in the floor as different parts of it get like anti-alias crushed or whatever. It's like there's like a moire pattern or something happening here. Okay. So first idea is there is a switch-like structure. Maybe not that big. You know, and the switch is on this side of it. So you come in, you go around, and you gotta hit the switch here. And then when you come around, whoops, there's a monster, right? I like that, but there's lost souls probably that you're running away from, right? Let's have this stuff down. That's the space we're designing for when this stuff is open. So and let me just get rid of this stuff. I guess that's there. These are more... Okay. So where would these go, like 62 out? Oh, 72 out. So if we go another 72, oh, I see, yeah, right. Just extend this line to here. Okay, so we got that. We get that here to here. which does pass through here. Let me just double check. Sometimes you think that a thing is joined, but it hasn't really. Okay, you want to double check. Oops. Although maybe it should be that texture. Yeah, this isn't doing so good on the diagonal. Same reason we changed the other one. This is such a dirty metal structure. I wanted something kind of brighter and smoother and more alien. Let it be known I'm not happy with this currently. So I kind of want to just look at this, I guess. I'll just leave that open. I keep trying to pick up the ammo. It's not real. Okay, so here come the Lost Souls, right? So you might be like, oh, and then you're like, oh, this is open. So like, if you've got this wall here, I guess already the Lost Souls are like nothing. Cool. Huh. So I guess this wall doesn't make much of a difference. But this wall will, you can put your back to it and fight the Lost Souls. So, like, whatever is in here isn't very dangerous. And I don't like that. Did I get them all? No way, right? There's like 12 Lost Souls. I've only got 10 kills. There they are. They didn't go too far. Also, they don't count as kills. Okay. So this needs to be dangerous. We kind of want threats like here, here, here. With the Lost Souls you probably ran away from here, or if you were diligent and killed them, you have a very, very safe time with this fight. Almost too safe a time, but whatever. Giving yourself an easy time with this fight requires fighting the Lost Souls all out here. So you either gotta do this the hard way or this the hard way. I just played through of Eternity's map 32. Well, most of it, because it's a gigantic fucking map. And I really liked the way they had you often crawling around and squeezing through these sort of back passages and on sort of narrow ledges and stuff. And I tend to steer away from that sort of design. I tend to give the players a lot more space to move. Mostly because I've got friends who like to play Doom cooperatively, and like maybe they'll play it, and I don't want them to all get jammed up on awkward geometry. But it's also just a sort of style thing. And so I've been thinking I should be less afraid of that and not be afraid to cram the player in some small spaces. But this level in particular is all about like move, 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 go, 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 fast, 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 right? Alright, I'm envisioning... maybe bigger. Actually, it needs to be like a good deal bigger. Kind of awkwardly bigger. Suspiciously bigger. See, here's the trouble. I can't just... over here on this switch, I just wrapped this texture around the back of this thing. I wonder if I should center that. Yeah, that looks fine. This block is so big, you're gonna see the switch. I need some other... There is a sort of generic circuitry texture, but they're all colored, I think. Yeah, these guys. Whatever. I'm just trying to illustrate an idea. You come in expecting to hit this switch. How scary a monster do we want to put in here? Actually, with a bunch of Lost Souls chasing you, putting a Pain Elemental in here is pretty funny. So there's like a walkover trigger somewhere as you get close to hit the switch that instead brings this down, and it's like, that's not the switch. That's the switch. And this is a monster. And I think there will be some other stuff. Okay, so that's about as small as we can make it because we're working on this diagonal. Maybe this should be on. And you're turning it off to make a wall go down, you know? It's more evil to switch these, isn't it? So it's like harder to shoot at the pain elemental. Whoa. What is happening? My mouse doing that thing again? Okay. I'm scared. I'm scared about this mouse. Whoa. It's doing something. Whoa. It's when I pick it up. I'm sorry you have to look at that. Any idea why picking up a mouse off a surface would cause it to do that? Because you kind of need to do that every now and then with a mouse. Air? Let me, oops. Grid. It's the music we're listening to. I don't see anything. Seems to be behaving. Apologies. This is one of these things where I kind of want to bring the ceiling down with this. which I guess you could use the fake ceiling effect, but then you would sort of see it appear to come out of nowhere. I don't know. It would be nice if those moved like that. But then you've got to, like, do 2 triggers, and it's like, man, who cares? So if we go 64 there and then 64 here, and we do a similar... How is this working? It's coming out 6 and going over 4, so 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Let's say it's only 64. What does that look like? Kinda... No, kinda cramped. Let's move it. What has happened to you? Oh, because I moved the vertices but not the guys, right. This is pretty cramped down here. That's fine. Don't mind. So this kind of looks awkward to me coming out that far, the way that the other thing does. I think let's only come out that far, which means bring these in 1 to get the same sort of shape. And then we'll just rely on... I'll take that back. I'm turning my head to the left while I do this. So this ended up being quite square in there. I guess let's try to recreate that same thing. Is that really all on grid? It looks kind of janky. What happened there? Oh, I see. Yeah, that's just what happens when you're working off grid, I guess. Or on a non-standard grid. I guess it only needs to be 64 in here. For a Pinky. He's not that tall. Now, what's the best way to copy and paste this? Because I've got this kind of awkward negative space that I think I should deal with. That's not it. Do you think a Pinky Demon can get up these stairs? Be nice if they could, and they didn't just get stuck in here. Why have I split this line def in half? What even is this line? It's nothing. Okay. So I could have pressing this be the thing that lowers them all. Instead of a walkover trigger. But I kind of like there being a walkover trigger a lot earlier in the room. Because I think it would be pretty natural to run away from the Lost Souls and be like, let me wait to hit that, and then just stand here and shoot them all. You can get out. Great. Yeah, I think realistically you would want to back up onto the pink. Walk one floor low to lowest floor on tag 8. So we might bump these out a little more to put some goodies on there. Or we could just get rid of them, I don't know. We'll have to see what it ends up looking like. And then while we're at it, why don't we make this finally lower this wall? Tag 5. Switch 1 floor lower to lowest floor on tag 5. Sorry, distracted. Okay. Yeah, and then, you know, these floors don't move at the right time. Again, I don't want to rig that up right now when I don't know. I'll have to change a lot of stuff when I add some detailing. So this guy shouldn't be out yet. He should be down here. Oh, I shouldn't go in yet. So pretend that a Pinky Demon just came out of here as well. So you're pretty naturally driven here, and then you pretty naturally get backed up, and then whoa-oh. So you could fight in here. Especially if I put health and ammo in here. This isn't too crazy if you've got the chain gun. Or you could go back out and contend with the Lost Souls. That seems decent. The Lost Souls who will be kept in the fight a little more. Because I think, yeah. I'll have some impassable lines somewhere to prevent them from getting out of hand. And then this lets you back out. It lets you down into the floor, because technically... Oh. I did lowest floor, didn't I? I think because of this adjacency, this floor is at minus 64. Whereas this floor is at 0. Yeah, okay, that's what's going on. So all I need to do is set this floor to 0. Careful. When you bind things, like I've bound this to this square here to create a ceiling adjacency, it also created a floor adjacency. So you'll need to keep that in mind as well. Okay, so this is... Might want more than just a single Pinky Demon, I don't know. I just suddenly had the thought of, like, what if there was a tower here and a door opened and it was something that could shoot at you? It's all about how difficult I want to make the map, I guess. Been going for 4.5 hours, huh? Good progress. It's 1:30 a.m. Maybe some people have gone to bed, maybe some people are about to go to bed, trying to go to bed. It'd be nice if I could help people go to bed. Sometimes when I stream, what I really want is for people to be like, having a lot of fun, entertained. The last thing you would want to do is go to bed. Sometimes I don't feel that way at all. Some days I'd be quite happy to be the person who someone finds comforting enough. This should come down, huh? Wait. Oh, there's an even higher. Right. Forgot. I've temporarily got the ceiling. The pixel art. Film's been really funny. This is the Sharp 68,000 version of River City Ransom. Downtown something something something. It's the name of the track. So this Pinky Demon's gonna see you, right? When you trigger this trap and lower the floor. Well, okay, he doesn't see. No, this is gonna be down. No, he doesn't see you. If he was further back, he might. Funny enough. It's not till you get close. And he sees you. So we have until roughly February 18th to do this. I think I'm gonna need to start spending more time per day on this. I've let too many days go by where I didn't even work on it at all. But I like that I've done a mix of like, here are how to rig some contraptions, here are some lighting tricks, here are some invisible wall tricks, here are some here's some detailing and texturing, monster encounter design. I feel like I've touched on my thought process on a lot of different things, which I think is going to be more helpful to anyone watching and trying to learn, which is the biggest reason why I'm streaming. This fight's a little mean, and it's a little antithetical to what I'm trying to do with the map. You know, like, go, go, go. You kind of gotta... The design of this is currently that you're gonna get stuck in this room and have to fight. Getting stuck is not what you do on a racetrack. But I mean, it's still got to be a Doom level. So I think we have these moments. I was thinking about what comes next. We eventually get here, which is gonna be like a pretty big fight. I was thinking there would be stuff that opens up in here as all around the outside as well, rather than having this raise this. This like opens this, and then there's a switch in there that raises this. Again, though, kind of antithetical to lock you in a space for an arena fight. So I figure with you starting here, having a view of the final area over there sounds right. Maybe more scenery here, so turning away from the tower to go this way seems to make sense. So I don't think we need to do much with orienting these two things we've made. We could just join them up directly. We could have one more, not a major thing, I think only a minor thing before we get in there. And I think I'm gonna get rid of this fight at the bottom here. I just envisioned a loop. There's like a, you know, it comes out of there and comes around like this. Not nearly so big. In your goal, maybe there's even conveyor, you know, moving floors on the loop that you speed through. And then there's monsters and stuff on there, and there's switches you gotta hit, and that once you hit them all, maybe it requires multiple laps with more monsters each time. And then that opens you up to the, I don't know, maybe a teleporter into the middle of the loop. And the teleporter, or not, it opens up the middle of the loop, which is a teleporter. And stepping on it teleports you to the final bit of racetrack towards the tower in the distance. Some speed floors. Yeah. A little gimmicky. We tried out a lot of gimmicks last time and they didn't really work out. But I think if you're just fighting guys on a moving floor and hitting switches, like that's pretty... It's quite Doom-like. And on that note, thank you everyone for watching. I've got some plans. I've got a bit of an aesthetic. I need to choose a couple more textures to help me kind of build on it. I can't have everything be chrome and hot pink, you know? I need to get some better, more neutral textures. And then once I've got those, I think it should be faster on the texturing. I've got some ideas about the overall flow. I'm glad I took some time off stream to get the start rolling and make some decisions about how it's gonna look. I think that really helped, and I think I can carry that momentum and keep going. Well, let's see who's streaming at 1:45 in the AM. Hot Dot's playing the Outer Wilds DLC. He's been going for 2 hours, though. That's a tricky one, too. That's one of those ones where it's like, I don't know, maybe you want to play it, you don't want to watch it. If you know you want to see it, then you can go watch, I guess. If you even know who Papat Dot is, just by name. Jimmy Poopins is streaming Street Fighter 6. It's February, which means he's playing Jamie for February. I thought it was Kimuary. I guess that was January? Sakura Tsubasa's playing Tunic. I don't like to raid someone I'm not gonna have any intention of actually watching. And I don't want to watch someone play Tunic before I play it. Well, given he's been playing Doom lately, send you to the great Gilder Sneeze. He's not playing Doom right now. He's playing Orcs Must Die co-op with Author Blues, which is a sort of tower defense game. But it's also like a third-person shooter, like you're actually running around and placing the traps, and then also you shoot guys while they're doing their thing. It's a pretty fun game, and they're a nice pair of guys. Gilder brings a more of a chaotic energy, I think, than you might be ready for it at 1:40 AM or whatever. So be ready for that. Thanks for watching. Expect more Doom mapping streams over the next couple of weeks while I really start to put some time in here and get this going. Though don't expect me to stream every little bit of it. I think I'm gonna do some of it off stream, come back on when I've got an idea or something, you know? Alright, that's it. Thanks for watching, see you next time.